Order.
I'm going to say a prayer, and I'm going to say a prayer on behalf of my late parents about how they used to pray when they were out on the land. And then they always sang a prayer song, or they normally would just say it out loudly. But today I'm going to do a little song for you, but it's not for our prayer language. Etau mizatzechu doesn't chew mizit ahoteni day. Etau mizatzechu doesn't chew mizit ahoteni day. Ne wotsi te kae neli masi nefe e kon te kae jake fe neheta ne mo te ka maritze na dadinti Jacques na joko enezu senotsi Masinotsi dutsene kone na kone o dutsene jo ketsette datia jo kave senezu jo na natakiuti na hecha na heja go atsetira senezu jo na hako o masi dek haichuna kone o se jo sik haichuna dun dek efnetsida Seju amasi nefe, na he choke na hishu na he gara dutsne jwatsetira, se me amasi nefe masi. Etau mizatse chudan chu mizit ahotinide, etau mizatse chudan chu mizit ahotinide, etau mizatse chudan chu mizit ahotinide, masi.
I'd like to thank Mary Jane Kazan for...
At Edward Mary Jane Kazan, sit up with the John O'Brien Casey, mercy listeners. Good afternoon. Couldn't think a hearty low. Had a chance to handle scene low. Had a dirt lots and honey not sit the net on a cutter or any honey not say had a dirt at Utayon's kill a young boy, but no nino ya kill home, no it's a day. Had a dirt as is a loss eater, he had Utains in your kill and no yak. Had KSU Agalata on Chinese and had the rules that lot of law. Who John C. got into it, I KSU, I want to see it, Elo had to pick Agalata on Chinese and had a John. At CSC Kajala Jada, you think Carnage, I had the law. Had a John Street, our members at Dunedin City, Papa, a singer Stayas Kerelo. Minister ECC, Minister Statement. Mr. Speaker, 2025 Kudrit Akundak on Eleno had a don't think I know hell has no hell has seen had a trade at Obapasunut on see you never to had a contact on a Habapasuhulio at a lot and a yarnage out a hat ulija hiring like a tana chilta was city hat a low had a contact on a capati had a nigga get it at all. Contact on Eleni see you did a fire smart program Julio had a honey there low had a hiring like a Ku iya you are tono na azin tena it's a nanek ayas it up and near bed. Kwan wa you see him la I looked at a kunch aha. Had to hurry. Are you hiring loud at a fire department so just a nanek ayas? Kucha high. Honey there ku high John high on there ku I want some lot than Hannah cannot alert at a kunch ah kun cannot at the hat a hat. Mr. Speaker, needs think a high deal tona lim at $10 million linked on snail to the fire smart ha. You know the kai ha. hat to Harney Latan Chilsi de Pahelgata Laitao. To at least 20 years, $20 million need unloaded a federal sampa menace. Chantesin Sananek Ayapet Ahat in Hatter Harney Latan Tahathalasi. Hat hat u si huni there is a kenezon patio kenezon galata hatirelo. Hat at some pachanilio si keti hayun like a up at alia elo a fire wildfire preparedness has nilo day projects. Hat a kebet or on then see a hat uran is one to a fire smart huni there is hat NWT Association in what's internet lo hat atun si sinyesin ye hat utra kun halagalata ha pech aha yon chat it's still has ne paulis che chan tuk eno there tweet on yon behel another si utesen sanek ayat at ayun tana hatanal kan hat elo tweet at tana kalte tal no hayo latane chilo tweet Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé tan le ayun tesen sanek ayat tweet narate si hat tana hanal kan si tweet kunch how ay tweet huni there nezon lo hat Mr. Speaker nezon sin ay hat huni there si tesen sina hati lo hat tweet Art ayo ayum tibat ahat and lo hat kun huni there then kun tik on there ku ay si te tweet itan hanal kan natling hat lo asile do tweet kun tik on there sinan nethe hat atun si yat nal gyu ayat a kaya papa so hunt out it's then hatanal kan hat lo hat Mr. Speaker to anezon senate to hat to the government at yakini on si to hayu lak ayat then san net at kuntak anta hat anezon si to tesin no nanak ayat hunizi lat lo haywan sia at to chara hat hat etana chatan hatanal kanse kundak on kotan sakai papa serent kotan kunet talo mercy Mr. Speaker. Minister Health and Social Services. Mr. Speaker. Hat atun 30% ku hat esen sanek ay se to asun la pe kai se at uat inu to ua ku to se to vaping hitilo ay atuares ne lo to bet onagers ne hat den an thoughts and had na then say it ein thought had na hilo hat the government of Northwest Territories sat o hiring to it and held at uch hat and held na galata Mr. Speaker hat to it at uch azin hat ut and galata charlo ku town content uril illness unos in the napa paporen yet illa hat don't think as sinis and you high thani tell say don't health yat utenet city has situate on it unos in the kenazon so was not in the January 20 Paulis che primary case it in it Tedelo it ayunil thirlesi to it where Ottawa City that that operates our yat galata hase ya suhulialo hat a kucha police checha primary care ni yare a that's in it or nasal caro ku anost any then they then it's it had a low to it's to 9 ha ku ayurila region kayare regions kayasiter wa Ottawa City hat elotinate smoking cessation usually a city healthcare providers didn't Dëne Sųłыné Yatıé hat dëne ein thought and Leni Sitten Tsure thought on Narila. Mr. Speaker, John Bowles, Chessy Primary Care, Etinity, Egala Naha Nilo. Hat our government see its enter in Hadelo, do it as Stanton Territorial Hospital on sea. Hat hiring like ARC, John, Quan say, Japanara, you hiring la Tala, say, cousins aunt and low. Ku akans in Nathan Hearts at unost any than that to a phone, but send phone and the Hatorilla, to who cause it you ta.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Fatinica 811 snake quit smoking.
Member statements.
Member statement.
Member from Framley.
Member frame late say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And mercy, Mr. Speaker.
I have spoken a lot about the need for establishing measurable targets for priority implementation.
Hat at kebet or RC hosine sinners and hat at RC kebet or RC tenulia the sin but akalataha. Kusitut RC see.
On ensuring everyone in the NWT
Hayunte see at on nanek ARC to the primary care but ahat and lieutenant earth are. Hat at our premier see to the health care see in the Kenazon see Haitilo.
NTHSSA
Hat at the NTHSSA are you attack a gatala head na hadelo. Hat only to our care press carrot.
primary care
Hat at the primary care health care what igan.
public administrators
Ku to the public administrator say it up a law say to that ogala now business plan okay on that nazongala talat elilo. Hat a ke to that ogala tanatali say haiti at a tsanagala taril in su. Hat at to the health department see it. Hat's a deal.
primary care framework
Go to the primary care framework yung sa kaya in Solyaw 2025 te bang nung teas nilo. Hat uli atong hatcha hula zan lilo to a framework e kalatas ni si. Hat atu ta
to identify improvement areas, but the target is listed as target not established.
hat atu si atong papa suhulya hula zan le heitilo. Kui si tu ta MLA si hat sa tia anlo tu ta okalataw tu ta doy atay lia anlo tu ta kebetar an necesita teselao an. Hat atu ta hil si ritsa da hil si hato da lo yung atay lia le da. Kusi si niya da lo tu ta well health minister but in desk at e tu ta si yung halalo pert in lo ta tu pek e sik e kalataw ne zone senata tu hat e da. Dr. Phil Platt had the low to the territorial clinic elder say to the primary care teams and elder the low. Had that isn't at on then gay on like this see to that edit to the primary care second is on by halakalata on the low.
Or when we expect to achieve it. So let's make it clear, Mr. Speaker.
Had that Mr. Speaker to the Minister Bono the press car had to rebagon.
Thank you, member from Framley.
Mercy member Frame Lake,
Great Slave.
Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sensing a theme there.
Mr. Speaker.
The writing of Great Slave
Had that with our Great Slave say jump a Willis chair, port and a lot of
is that it is close to downtown,
go downtowns in a zilo.
to nature that folks can enjoy green spaces like the gem that is Tin Can.
Gato Jemo 10 can hello what it is Honda lo chapo le chese honzon on lot at a hot only to it sets a constituency say.
Vehicles to take them to other parts
Best chen who lived up it's in the low a year to it.
constituency events in the
3 hill had a higher la aja. I can't appointment connect in corner.
is easily serviceable by transit at a well-used city facility.
Hot at with that password is not hidden as on had a low. Hat at it on primary care, I quant it's a nagar in Kuna non it is a thing was nagal some bits in a little bits in la. Hat I had a to primary care, a primary clinic hat a case of bull, check case of carniza on it and cosette la toilet low.
Mr. Speaker, I will also
The papa pornia gone hit in her night in her. Mercy.
Member from Range Lake.
Member Range Lake,
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
At Stanton Territorial Hospital.
Stanton Territorial Hospital say emergency seat and a thought they got the land I let the cat one just nilo. Ayers intensiets enterol choa het in la kunitzer dut a MLA hat etilo dut a tanten away a Queenstein yao.
So exceptional about this particular event.
At dut another den it's ilch ku hasets etilo dut at den hani hospitals in town kon eski that dut an den gala nats and eski thank conlo. Hat ayech asgaslo. Hat dut hunetcher de lo hat esi. Ei hanne ha ande lelo a Queenstein gauter at utene an katala nasibet and I thank king hat in ande la hat at a healthcare system set on ansin to an lo
The NWT is experiencing both a drug
hat at NWTK sit to that a drug so hat a sound is then a sound they could look and not there hat a lot of answer ne lot of ansin to a nuntia near the champulis chase hat at sat or at a party
in the north alongside the increase in drug activity.
Kui sit an drugs we hat is it I nanet ana anlo that said which allo nightis not I hat in say hat at one you eskido you sit her le chats nilo tana I hat it an panan sit al panani say
They are not able to contain threats like these.
Kui si hane hatulat elo ya kwane gawayers and it's idan kunten it's in dinthia hat etwit ayunt ant ya kwangata na se papa hone cherlat and tunnel cherlat elo hat a nurse harate tweet a minister and ministers don't isi nurse awan in sat o tweet a ya kwan an se kenezo ha an real and at the patio
Security with the staff, resources, and training we need to do jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Range Lake. Member statement. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to address the issue of a possible rent increase for tenants who are residing in market housing within the Northwest Territories. It is my understanding that there has not been a rent increase since 2012. There are only a few market housing units available within each of the communities. The tenants of these units are in the workforce and trying to assist in building the economy of the Northwest Territories. Increasing the rent on only a select few will not alleviate the debt of this government is experiencing, but it will put the tenants in more hardship that they are already enduring. Mr. Speaker, again, we see this government targeting the resource people of the Northwest Territories. In our smaller communities, we have teachers, social workers, the RCMP, and local residents who are trying to live a healthy and prosperous lifestyle. With the high cost of living within the smaller communities, the resource people, even the locals, cannot afford a rent increase anytime soon. Everything from the cost of heating fuel and especially cost of groceries will have a negative impact on their decision and employment status within their respective communities. The smaller communities cannot afford to lose these resource people and try to recruit others if the rent increases imposed on them. Mr. Speaker, Housing NWT and this government has to look at other options to increase revenue and not target the workforce who are trying to be productive members of their communities and the NWT as a whole. The smaller communities of the Northwest Territories need these resource people to be stationed within our communities merely for the fact that we do not have local professionals to fill these positions. Mr. Speaker, with the housing crisis that we are experiencing, we do not have other options to house our resource people, so we cannot afford to increase their rent. Another fact is that some of these units and buildings are older units. So increasing the rent on units that have passed its lifespan should not be even considered. Some of these buildings are 50 years old. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Mackenzie Delta is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Mr. Speaker, if the housing NWT is going to continue with this rent increase, then please consult with the tenants of market housing. Give the tenants a grace period to adjust or find other options for accommodations Consultation is key when you are negatively impacting our residents of the Northwest Territories, especially the smaller communities. I will have questions for the Minister responsible for housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from the Mackenzie Delta. Member statements. Member from Nunavut Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in June 2023, the member from Nunavut Twin Lakes provided a member statement which was following up on a motion she brought forward to the House in relation to Indigenous peoples having cabins for rights-based purposes and how they should be exempt from lease payments for those rights-based camps and cabins, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the NWT Lands Act in Section 19, Paragraph D, it states, to set apart and appropriate such areas or territorial lands as may be necessary to enable the GNWT to fulfill its obligations under land claim agreements in the Northwest Territories and to make free grants or leases for that purpose. Mr. Speaker, one example is the Inuvialuit Final Agreement, an agreement that is constitutionally protected, an agreement that provides for certain rights to Inuvialuit to access and establish camps as part of exercising their right to harvest, an agreement, Mr. Speaker, that we signed as the GNWT. The Inuvialuit Final Agreement specifically states that the Inuvialuit need to pay fees to exercise their right to harvest, including their rights to establish camps. This has been ongoing for several years, Mr. Speaker, and the response has always been, we're working on it. I still have examples in my riding where leaseholders are being taken to collections. In one case, Mr. Speaker, the cabin was actually washed away on the banks of the Mackenzie River. The land isn't even there anymore, Mr. Speaker, much less the cabin, and they're still being taken to collections over their lease. Yesterday, the Minister stated that leaseholders can apply for a pause in invoicing. If this shouldn't be happening in the first place, why are we asking leaseholders to apply? Are there people out there, Mr. Speaker, that want to pay? And if so, maybe the Minister can pause all and have those who would like to continue to pay apply to do so. This is taking far too long, Mr. Speaker. People are frustrated. They are suffering financial hardship. Indigenous governments are fed up, and we need to resolve this issue now, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, member from Nunavut Lake. Member statements. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been talking a lot about educational opportunities in our communities in recent weeks. Today, I would like to share with the House an example of how programming in our small communities can make and does work when right people come together. The Getting Ahead pilot or GAP program was developed through a collaborative initiative between Aurora College and Decho First Nations. The program was designed to address the need for employment readiness training in Port Providence, particularly for individuals facing barriers to employment, such as lower literacy levels, limited work experience, and a lack of essential workplace skills. The goal was to provide participants with career planning, financial literacy, digital literacy, and workplace safety training to help them transition into the workforce or further education. The GAP program incorporated courses that are part of Aurora College's curriculum. Successful participants earned academic credits with Aurora College, contributing to their ongoing educational pathways. The program was funded through Decho First Nations Indigenous Skills and Employment Training Program, and Aurora College contributed instructional leadership and provided the structured training framework. The GAP program ran for 15 weeks from September to December 2024. While it is not a standalone certificate program, participants who successfully completed their required coursework earned academic credits with Aurora College, which can be applied towards further studies. 7 students successfully completed the program. GAP provided them with valuable workplace skills, career planning tools, and industry-recognized safety certifications, increasing their employment prospects. Mr. Speaker, we need to see more partnerships and outcomes like these in our small communities, meeting people where they're at and providing the needed training to advance academic and employment opportunities. Merci.
Thank you, Member from the Dëne Sůłыné, member statements. Member from Mofe.
School attendance. Mr. Speaker, members have recently discussed education in our small communities. The graduation rate in the Northwest Territories fell below 60% for 2022 and 2023 school year. The government of the Northwest Territories 2022-23 report notes that attendance rates are trending downwards across the NWT. Attendance is as low as 63.5% in small communities, and less than 60% of students attend in some grades, according to the NWT statistics. Mr. Speaker, we can blame the pandemic for these declining rates, but this has been happening for over a decade. A 2013 education framework document stated that by grade 4, the average NWT student has already missed half a year of school or 2 full years by grade 10. These statistics suggest that even students in small communities who graduate will have no higher than a potential grade 10 upon graduation. You cannot finish at a grade 12 level if you miss 2 years of school. Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable. Students need to attend school, but in small communities, there are other considerations: busing and getting to the school building, fewer remote learning options, and the need to be on the land at different times throughout the year. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment knows there is a divide between small community and urban students. We need to address this barrier and get students in small communities to attend school daily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Mofe. Member statements. Member from Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to reflect on what makes the NWT different from other parts of Canada in ways that are both maddening and also beautiful. Even looking to our neighbour territories, each has a more unified sense of identity, either because there's a common Indigenous government or the population's concentrated in a capital region. But the NWT is a collection of 33 communities, and it often seems that each one wants to go its own separate way, find its own unique solution, and even sometimes groups divided up within communities want different things. I think the instinct behind that attitude is, don't tell us what to do. We don't fit into the mold, and we don't want to follow the rules that are imposed upon us by anyone, whether that person is in Ottawa or Yellowknife or in a regional centre. That attitude sometimes blocks us from working together, finding common purpose, and actually accomplishing anything, and that's the maddening part. But I also have to say, Mr. Speaker, that very thing is a big part of why I live here and why I could never live anywhere else. Many of us have chosen this place as our adopted home precisely because we have found a place with more freedom from the kinds of rules and constraints that we would have found down south. It's somewhere to spread your wings, do things your own way, go ahead and take the initiative instead of waiting for the instructions or the protocols to be established. There are so many beautiful and also practical things that can be created from this urge to color outside the lines and step outside the box. There is constant tension in the NWT between people's urge for uniqueness and their desire for standards, between the need for fairness and rules, and also everyone's desire to be the exception to that rule, between the need for strength in numbers and the need for people to have their own unique voice. Mr. Speaker, this government is caught in those dilemmas, and I don't know a clear way out, but I have a few suggestions. We need to let go of this dream of creating one set of instructions that all communities are supposed to follow in order to achieve standardized results. It's just never going to happen. Instead of starting with the instructions, we need to start by looking at what's actually working in communities
Kuja hiring like a at Dëne Sůłыné Yatıé ubek egalata on the law. Mr. Speaker, just see a kinast eha risker.
Member from Yellowknife North is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Seeing no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
We need to stop punishing public servants.
Had the public servants so to that Ogatala Nasi, but a telch or an law. Had
Teaching is one set of instructions, and delivering those from a regional center is
at a regional center, Gayao, Yatura Sagatala Tanes on there. Had to Sagalai Tanes on a Senasi, Mr. Speaker. Member statement. To Netherwillida. Mr. Speaker. To the United Nations, say to that Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, at least holding less say to the self-government and Galatas Nilo. Had that to that Dëne Sųłıné and the Article 23 do. To the Cassie, but are on the Dëne Bossy, had to be a Galata Dilo. Had that to the Quantum Gado, to health on Gado, to the social program so. Could do that CEC, say to the RC, to that Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé leadership, then Doris Carhulas and to that is not that. Could take that I said what could take we say to it our first 1970s school as school holiday at the law. At that don't there it is con holiday sit on the chilla just ni lo hat that to as on this con 9 hour in the Japolish it is con shots in on the Deshala Nandrole. Could you see to it I on coins it's con holiday less on it a cloud it is con the holiday the senalia on low. Had that to at least consequent not this in as on lot a to as a quiz at this Gemoy had it is senalia on it in the chilla. Had that to the higher like to the program so but then client art and to the gym say. Had that to the capital planning all the other the Celia on low. Today at Londote San was at Dulas and Low to that schools and she said a higher law say to that then a papa zone say Catalan higher at the not they say. Had that to the minister infrastructure say to it I say to the capital plan how gone seeing lot and as soon as senator. Had that to the minister Bano the day first car hello. To another will it there.
Member from Yellowknife South.
Yellowknife South.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm very proud that I'll have the opportunity to give statements to
At a statement so that I'll never South constituency papa's celebrate Senate at that on this con that they'll see mercy listeners in Department of Education, Culture, Employment, see mercy listeners into it at the Dëne Sųłıné at the city sit and it's a kids on Marie Speakman. Satu Denekade, not Brian Henderson, Nahiyao, Waywin, a created law. Had at it at one not then say you had to at least but all the other law don't do at least not a secret at least cannot that need then her by the Aketa Kisi. Had at it a police chase Dayon then it's not a secret to the program say then the Aketa and Hanel Consonants on that. Could you see a cane in Alcilo, but I didn't know how to do it. That's another mercy, Mr. Speaker.
Member statements. Colleagues, the Paul Skipton Memorial Soccer Tournament,
Fort Simpson say a said to the hiring like AI as known as not a dead with us soccer say step pull said to the Atlanta as a queue say. A to our team at the Tani Hill to Sasana Hate say to that Zoltene is had that to you and say Tilo a Sana Hatelo. It's us not at this year. Had that the capital order you had to say question not do it or at Hatsit at Dil say to that Chalacasa high in Laudelo.
who are in
Grade 3, grade 7, you know, junior kindergarten, grade 2. ayursi ayun atla galatadelo. Hat atu da hayun lak ayo to sanats ateo atlaten intelo. Hat atu to tana koda yun in telo what for Simpson atlaten hintelo yersana hitelo. Kui se to it ayun sa kui ayun atlaten telo sanate se to it atutso kids in hearts or chewa ayun atlaten telo workshops so do it on coach down lisi sa kuzi lisi it about but azinha on the law. Hat adnezon re do it ayun sa kunit intel se do it la sakura sanateha. Hat adder kenezon so what I now kenezon tasana he dewat o nezone ye had a loose quitana chip see. Hat adder a Paul step down sit in a hat up a kedalot in a hulias dirt as a quilat or the northern in Lenny ha. Ku a do it at I say Weford Simpsons at end law. Hat at don't do it like a Friday, January 10 tournament holding at January 12. Hat at it at the Nicole they sit at Sanite si Pineda hat at it a policy in it in ha. Hat at it a mercy hilite onto it a step down but family seat through Mackenzie Recreation Association show. Minister statement. Member statement. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Reports on community review bills. Reports on standing special committee, standing special committee. Oral questions. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had entered the Health and Social Services C. A territorial hospitals at Cold White Sneeze A. Sneed entered the air the Nihintelat Elo. Had entered at Utana Yanage Awat and Hatanal Kanat Awaja Ayakonta La Seu. Had entered a minister C. A department man hospital to that Wagalata Satan a hep than then it's a new Ayakwan territorial Stanton Hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could the code silver snilo to the policy holding the
Beginning of this year,
don't I get back a lot of the law.
by various stakeholders,
Had added on by hell another suit that on safety down in Helgatala not then down in Atlanta City no ayon.
circulated more
Ayer there to that is the ayun than a Kalia had a law. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. To the healthcare workers, see it on the Nason had a lupapa. Had at loaded up on it in the Health and Social Services. Had at don't pick a latao.
ensure that, that we, and I think any member in this house do want to take health and safety as
Had at the health and safety say kept it or on it and at a giant and you had done it then, huh?
this work that's going on,
Had at don't it a lot pick a lata see.
when these things will happen,
Had at it all pick a lata open it there see and no now has seen had a low.
that I can provide that.
You're there, Tano Hillesing had John easy. Open it the city, mercy.
Minister of Health and Social Service, final supplementary member.
Not the Yaki Range Lake. And mercy, Mr. Speaker, Yakiha. A yaton sasi. With a security axi, a diselia, yaton to a gonselia. Had added administered the nail in Hatulo to that security, Catalana, at least a last aid, what Churchill Hospital Kaya. Had ayuna da hanat kanit another sit in that hanatech ahati. And mercy, Mr. Speaker.
I appreciate that
See the mercy in the Senate.
this is something that
Kui see to
we always think that we live in a little bubble up
Kui see to the sense on the AI hat okay so night they need to know. where Halifax another CEO ayun chanti hanele ni tenlo.
we were there and you know, and I hear it from my
Kuyi si
colleagues
ayun
who
chanten
were
tis au hatler chetitan haratiu.
about the safety and
Hat
the
atuitan ayanech au safety hat atin situ asima asihan neda dei behelagalaita ha.
incidents before, but
Ogala se si hachare
the place that we're living right
hat
now
atun chant anaite siu.
violence
Der eskido ya hat hunager ha alo tun tuit at seruch alwat inaitis linot it arat enten.
this and some improving and ongoing
Hat atuit at unesun lidni ten sibek egalaita
Oral questions. Member
oral question.
Buble.
Inuvik budlek. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat atuit a member statement si. A minister hat dilo. Tuit a minister yanani dereni. Hat atuit arrest karsi. Tlora pek egalata utlores tribaga asili hat tuit a cabinet gaya kiril. Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of
Environment, Climate Change. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. You tuit asrens karsi. Hat atuit. A city hat tuit asi hat nether si sapa. Kuchani ya kuchan. Ministers Cleo Asilia Latan Hatlea on the Lord Department Gaya. Atuli in Gombek Agalotani Tanuli hat Uli hat eha on the la.
Not only the department.
Then I saw there Saik Agalat Naila hat departments a Santa Lalo. Hat Uli to Punildi Hatitilo. Hat atu that uno helna or lutu da program Gaya. In Panay LQ made in Hunidor Tena Panay LQ Hassin at Linlo. Si sa pase keto ya si better on that a Panay LQ Silio. Hat atuit at the Atani than sit in it the height dear. Johnson Nethitel say mercy, Mr. Speaker. And you would bootleg. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that with an inevaluate settlement area say per Pesutia. Mr. Speaker, had that with an I see Yakine that is never there. A Duanalienda, Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Kutun John Sagata Laitao. At the Intergovernmental Council Helagalaitao to Internal Council New Resources Management at the protocol Ayabik Egalatalo at the Ahuni there is Silvia Sit our regulation so at the land tender ish Nateyaki and Nivak Budlik. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Has there at don't alimashi don't negotiate aliha and you do that legislation that is not a saying. Had at our minister said you not leon. How you invoices so you do it as sillies and how you silliardness on a sen. Climate change. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. The clearance in the same had that chanted that Uyas Kisitagar. Had that the National Her all say, but in rent say leaseholders hit the got only other. The thoughts about who call it the legislation Gaya. To tell you, I believe that program Gaya like that say. 2023 see it are in Birch Easy to the Quang Lease. A Sayon Birch is not a year on the Dodgers Indigenous Government Stanley Mayo. Kuya but at 30 on to the programs Catalata Sinners on the law. Then I down that road and ensure that we are, trying to get everyone to come over and sign up for the program. Had that it I own then a program your history. Groups out there that would need a Dëne Süüłıné but at the unit but it had to the hammer say environment climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are only a few units market housing units within each of the communities throughout the NWT. These they're housing our professional resource people who are coming into our communities to assist in healing our residents. We have limited housing available within our smaller communities, and this is the only option some of our resource people may have. As the department looked at other options to increase revenue rather than imposing a rent increase on only a select few? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta, Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, the department is considering a number of different options to increase revenues with housing in NWT, but market rental rates are have not changed since 2012, 2013, and this is a possible revenue for housing in NWT because it does subsidize our public housing units. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister responsible for Housing and NWT. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of these market housings are quite old and past its lifespan. Some of them are 50 years old, and imposing rent increases on tenants from these units is uncalled for. Will the department be increasing the rent on the same basis as the newer units, or will they be based on the condition of each unit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Mackenzie Delta, Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, good news to report. Most of the market housing rentals or in the Northwest Territories are 20 years or less. The government of Northwest Territories started investing in market housing in the early 2000s, so most of them are 20 years or less, so much better condition than our public housing units. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for Housing and NWT. Final supplementary. Member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll forgo my third question and repeat my second question. Will the department be increasing the rent on the same basis as the newer units, as the 50-year-old units that we do have in our communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Mackenzie Delta. Minister responsible for Housing and NWT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A difficult question, and thank you to the member for the question. This is the same type of question that I have asked Housing NWT, considering the conditions of units across the Northwest Territories, utilizing a unit condition rating. But at this time, the expectation is that they would be the same across the board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Health, responsible for Housing and NWT. Oral questions. Member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Health, and it's quite simple. Mr. Speaker, what is our goal for primary care in the NWT?
Thank you, member from Frame Lake. Minister of Health and Social Services.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the member's question, there have been systemic barriers in health and social services system preventing Indigenous people from accessing the primary and community health care services they need. This results in disparity in health and wellness outcomes, These services could be delivered through team-based models of care that are responsive to their values and priorities. Therefore, a vision has been established in collaboration with Indigenous communities to address these disparities and focus on equity. And the Department is committed to realizing this vision where Northwest Territories is a place where Indigenous people, including 2S LGBTQIA+ individuals, enjoy optimal physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health and wellness. So the goal of primary health care reform is to ensure that all residents have access to culturally safe, team-based primary and community care, and then to establish integrated care pathways to support seamless integration and continuity across various health and social services and levels of care. So we are mobilizing health and social services system staff and external shareholders to pursue that transformative, community-driven approach to primary and community care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Health and Social Services, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that incredibly detailed answer. My next question is, Mr. Speaker, if that is our goal, why have we not clearly articulated it, and I might suggest being a bit more brief, in the business plans? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Frame Lake, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, the business plans, and I agree, sometimes when we get into the beginning of how we're going to do things in a new government, it's very, in a way, may I say vague as to how we're going to get these things done. But and that's one of the reasons why I think just recently I sent a letter to the committee on a briefing for the primary health care reform, which will be able to dive deep into some of the work that the department is doing, and for members to be able to ask questions and get the information that they need in a better way. So, and I encourage the members to reach out to us to schedule that briefing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Final supplementary, member from Frame Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that offer. Certainly I'll talk to my colleagues and hopefully we accept that briefing. Mr. Speaker, it's great to have a goal, but we also need to know when are we trying to achieve it by. So I appreciate that we are working to have equitable access for all NWT residents to primary care. I would suggest that we add the word universal, meaning everybody has that access. But Mr. Speaker, when is that goal going to be achieved? When do we anticipate being able to tell every resident in the NWT that they have equitable access to health care? Thank you.
Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we're all aware, health is every day of our life. There's somebody that needs to access it. So as we are transforming through this, every person in the Northwest Territories has access to care, whether it's through the walk-in clinics, whether it's through 811, whether it's through our emergency departments. When you get out to the small community, there are the health centers and the regional centers. We have the emergency departments. Everybody has access to care. As through this transformation, this is work that is going to be ongoing, and I do not want to rush something and put the burden on pressure on our staff. There's been a lot of changes just in this past year, and that change management we have had some struggles with that. So we need to take it a day at a time and making sure that our staff are comfortable and understanding how we're changing the way that we're providing care to the Northwest Territories residents. So at this time right now, I won't say that this will be done X amount of days. I think as we move forward through this process, it'll be our residents saying, that they're feeling that the system is changing, and that is the most important piece. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for setting me up for questions that are a little bit more granular than his. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me how many primary care same-day appointments are available in both Yellowknife locations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slate, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Same-day appointments are available in both the Chipewyan building and at the primary care center location. That's the downtown location. There are approximately 24 available same-day appointments Monday to Friday, which are offered during expanded hours until 9 p.m. And there are approximately 18 available same-day appointments on Saturday, available from 10 a.m. till 3:30 p.m. Same-day appointments can be booked by calling first thing in the morning or by walk-in to the primary care center. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Director of Health and Social Services. Member from Great Slate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for that. That's eye-opening. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister confirm that diagnostic imaging, and lab services are still also available and first come, first serve at downtown primary care? Thank you.
Member from Great Slate, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, outpatient lab collection services in Yellowknife that are provided at the primary care center and they are provided at the primary care center and at Stanton Hospital. In the fall of 2024, Stanton Hospital changed their lab services to an appointment-only model, but I can confirm that there are reserved appointments for those who received urgent same-day requests to seek this service. And Mr. Speaker, the lab service offered at the downtown primary care clinic includes walk-in and same-day option and a waitlist option. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social. Thank you, Minister of Health and Social Services. Member from Great Slate. Final.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that when you call for a same-day appointment in Yellowknife, you are assigned one location or the other, downtown or uptown. Can the Minister tell me how same-day primary care appointments locations are selected and provided to someone who's calling in? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Great Slate, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, the same-day appointments are available at the Chipewyan and Yellowknife primary care locations. There is one phone number to book appointments for both locations, and people are told which location they'll have an appointment or when they book. If it is the same day, these appointments are filled on a first-come, first-served basis, and the location where you would go would be determined by the number of providers working that day and where they are working. Mr. Speaker, we know that access to primary care is essential for maintaining overall health and well-being, but knowing when and where to seek care is just as important. Primary care providers offer often the first point of contact for medical concerns, offering routine checkups, preventative care, chronic condition management, and referrals to specialists when needed. However, not every health issue requires a visit to your primary care provider. In many cases, other healthcare professionals like pharmacists or even telehealth services like 811 can provide the care you need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Social Services. Oral questions. Member from Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier I talked about the Kitikwi School in Dëne. That school's be 55 years old now, and it's 4 trailers put together. Mr. Speaker, the children have to walk probably about 300 yards to go to the gymnasium. This school needs to be replaced. My question would be to the Minister of Infrastructure. There was a study that was done in 2018-2019. Can the Minister of Infrastructure let us know what was the study about and who was all involved in this study? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to need a bit of time to suss out exactly what study this is referencing from 2018-19. I'm happy to do so. It may be that I'm leaning on my colleague from Education, Culture and Employment. When it comes to the capital planning for educational facilities, it is a team effort. We rely on ECNE to determine their programming needs, and then of course the team at Infrastructure supports them with respect to capital planning standards and then moving through the process. So again, happy to look into this and to report back to the House and to the member. Thank you.
Minister of Infrastructure. Member from Dëne Sůłıné Yatıé.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the, I guess my question to the minister is that now that the study is undertaken in 2018, 2019, once he has this information, my question would be is can we look at a new way to look at this report and start working with the owners in the First Nation Chief and Council?
Did the Chief and Council DEA the Behel Nail Kira 2025 capital plan? There you go. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. City Hasle Hatori la Sinisin. Did I know Hellel Gals Natol did achieve Dine Hasel ni Lahule Hat Ole a Behel Yaskia Torilla. Did a capital planning Kayagalata say. Hat at Atula Hasegaro. It's at least quantity let elude science still not so long I could get it at least quantity you held in the law. Hat at least a loss it. Hayon to at least quantity loss you. Hat that with our 9 as on that LC is not yellow. Hat I want to our corners and card is quantity loss it jump a hell of a light out low. Had added and chief community hiring like a chief bell Nike sat a ledger bullish chair. That is Congo. To another will Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had added education notes in treaty right at Eloy Halkara. Had added at least neither Lalo no Baiha. Had as in New St. John's Department Helagalas na Hato Yelnaf in a First Nation to at least is contact altered that is CDEA the Behalian Kidenas on a Senata. Had added a Jimmeril Cursi in the Jimna Chilla. Had at Lode to a bullish chet in a Behalagalai to halt with a local DEHO. To another will it. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had a Hasinha. What did a Bishop say? A hurricane led Lepek a Galata Hatter, I was said to one Liao. To that was said, Eluat, that is called education and culture and employment sitting at Abat Asinha Arelo. Had that is country that was said, had as he near the same, you had to know Halagalas Nahada. Had that GNW2 to the Keneson, this Konha Aril and Nakwa. Had I use an Agalitaha. Oral questions. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had to Canada to at least allow regulations to that down Canadian Stanley with the at least concept it at the secret yani little house in that ura hatten kan hayo na that's another there had that question Celia on the Mercy. You did all. The President of the United States, to Canada or Mexico, Prime Minister Trudeau Hatilo, to counter tariffs and had a honey third nilo to Nosniha, had to another say Janintel at the law. Could the sense on Nanak Ayasita and WT to the Americans as it Elo. Had the American company, you had the Helagalita had a low to the contract, so Starlink got it. Had that Team Canada to Northern or so, but it's authority at a job. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had the low. Don't you think a hot the low? Had that trade war, who needs Nilo? Had the Americans who had the Papa Perni Haldi Hasnilo, had Anoni Seja Primer Hati Silo, had a Honager Elo Nopa, had Anoni NWT like the citizens on the neck a night there. Had the Americans at Elo, had that Ura a threats I tlat ura nilchurtano ni thana. Hat atu da premier so prime minister hayung asani hintelo. Hat ase contest na chare jana elkia. Hat atu da president Canada gant ati sigur rayutut a chola koha. E hatelo. Seni senator da Canada gaya drill IU governmental nunit ibetsiti ha analo. Hat atu a kenezon asayong katalaita sampatail siwat usana katalaita ha alo. Hat nunisi night story ha anda. Ko consider seni seno sat o a nune ja yung asa katalaita hat ule to our American seja Canada hilchure sa nilo haine ala. Hat nune ni tano nune ja Canadian cycling se. Hat atu dat tu papapor no papor ni highlight as in the soin sa guys and hat ule huzi hada. Hat atu a premier to at TC premier fort at TC. Hat nune se ja Canadian spile near Adelo. The Yanich Awa do. Hat added a premier Canada in Atlantic premier Yasni How. Hat added a premier fort at the city house in a Stanley Hasne Island on a Janek nan economy notes in Lat Ella Aja. Hat ulinut ano economy another than on your knots and the economy by hella like Dalo. At the Canadian cycling see a business the economy Americans with authority bahala like the haturila. Asaliara. Oral questions, Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, City Riskara. Department. To market housing, to is not this yet, it's aki how. Den hell na kill, a hundred log ayat and not this you, then Doris Carrot ea. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Member Consent Housing NWT. Mr. Speaker, mercy, you did Austin Carse. Hot it with a local housing authority to district offices, so it's awesome, but okay, authority let it market housing on not that kira ina. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Minister Housing NWT oral questions. Great sleeve. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. C. To the Health and Social Services press car. Koi say to it ato to think at apple cut to minister say to equity see in the zone in the no. To the healthcare Halyara. Minister Health and Social Services. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Member Greatsleaf. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At that with Minister Halong Ek Arbanite Kepa Hill. Hat at with Minister Hayile Hatulo to our primary care. That Uda to yellow nymph to knots and to they told you in there you're not same thing. Mr. Speaker. Oral questions. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hot at it patients Stanley say. You're not thirst is nearly what a client thoughts and then that song they do not thirst Hot at then a papa is on lot a little hot at it minister CEC le hatulo. Range Lake. Minister Health and Social Services. Mr. Speaker. May 2024, Stanton Ontario Hospital Seat in the city 10 to 15 days per month at that. Dut a Stanton safe some lot in an emergency with inpatient units on life in the care lot of emergency. Kuno ke siet asen tana talo hat at itu tiet tana yaral ni that ICU ya hat at it anani ten test don tana anatelal den lo at it asat elo tel sat eleta pa kwant anatelal in nanit is a tha ya konkwana elo bet eti seyer nakal e Hayo tsing a nai tana not other ani leni si o tsinga not other ani leni si a baba room do te hat a not other ani lo a yer let zins and it asin is not hat a minister si Tlat ura to it a higher latana chills but enter rate to it a regional center police check isn't lat up it's it to the emergency another medevac so higher like a medevac all ilo jaya constant hat at the national or ado no the nurse it sign no nitrogen it sign no hat at the net anti her ni lat erila had added in grand cellular and a lot of only mercy. Have a month in Locanisa, who's entered to that original healthcare, but at the sinners on the urbanism, but at the Latella. Had added our regional center, I said to it, see West Stanton Hill, Clown. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that to Sumpik Egalata, that with our Nanet healthcare center, so you need and Thop on it to Asanuthi had a cotton essay, ya cotton Sanuthi on a low. You know, it's only the Ayunta, you're the hot at a low, Honila lat a low to a coil to the national lat, non chant that on sa Goki building Quan Halin say the Dakin Yellow air the Tanayal near not deha. Ku ya you asile on the lopets it horrendly und hat uli satwa at o etua lisit at ones on lisit and it's it you had uten helagalaitar in low. Had added anaya sisayu at Donalia and Hasan the guy knows that mercy. Not the mercy, Mr. Speaker. See, this that I was see that ura the got all the how had added a public administrator say to say law na chabits and the law. Had added a gridlock say on that ura egala na Health and Social Services. Mr. Speaker, the public administrator say ang kanat negala na hat atu lana chabet at on the law. Hat atu tenagan ten nurse isu tenet dik egala na there. Oral questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Tabling of documents. Notice of motion. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday, March 6, 2025, to a motion the Honorable Yale Nev South Senator No, to the Legislative Assembly, Section 5, that the Commissioner said appointment, Mr. Stephen Dunbar, Chief Victorial Officer, that the Speaker say Mr. Speaker, hat city tweet a motion a banaski hatun tweetinga. Tuna the wallet. Range Lake. Mr. Speaker, City on Thursday, March 6, 2025, had tweet a motion is tweet in the put like that are new to that legislative government of Northwest Territories to development and evacuation to Lieutenant Quintelo ambulance highway rescue to the Hazaya Jada had to a non-medical escort is anyhow. Notice of motion, Great Slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Thursday, March 6, 2025.
By the member for Detcho, that the Minister of Health and Social Services appoints a person to investigate the incident of the treatment of Avery Burke, Wesley Marcellus, and Hillary Norwegian. And further, that the Minister of Health and Social Services table before the Assembly at the earliest opportunity any recommendations that the investigator includes in their investigation report, alongside a plan to advance such recommendations. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this motion within 120 days. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member from Great Slave. Notice of motions. Notice of motions. Motions. Member from Tune-a-Day-Willity.
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to deal with the motion I gave notice of earlier today.
Member from Tune-a-Day-Willity is seeking unanimous consent to bring forward his motion today. Seeing no nays, you may bring forward your motion.
Colleagues, whereas the election of the Plebiscite Act provides for the appointment of a chief electoral officer who has the responsibility to exercise general direction and supervision over the administrative conduct of an election and enforce on the part of all elections officers fairness, impartiality, and compliance with the Election and Plebiscite Act. Now, therefore, I move second by the Honourable Member of the Illinois South that this Legislative Assembly, by virtue of Section 5 of the Election and the Plebiscite Act, recommends to the Commissioner the reappointment of Mr. Stephen Dunbar of Yellowknife as the Chief Electoral Officer for the Northwest Territories for a fixed term commencing on the day communicated by the Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Tune-a-Day-Willity. Motion is in order. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Tune-a-Day-Willity wish to close the debate? Thank you. All those in favor, please. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion is carried. Motions. Notice of motions, first reading of bills. Notice of motion, first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Table document 275-20 brackets 1 with the member from the Detcho in the chair.
I now call the Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of the committee? Member for Inuvik Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mercy, Madam Chair. Hot update 275-20 brackets 1, 2025-2026 Main Estimate Department of Environment and Climate Change. Committee Annie Dëne. Mercy Committee. Hot at on fields and coil all.
Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 275-20 brackets 1, 2025-2026 main estimates. We will not.
Department of Environment Climate Change. Hat it's a witness to Einstein la. Hat a committee ani the no. Sergeant at Arms a witness to Einstein la. Hat a minister. John Johnson ask other Dasi. Robert Jenkins, Deputy Minister, Director of Finance. Hat to the committee. Hat to the Department of Environment Climate Change Burns Carhout. Hat to it at least anoke see a panoke. Hat to the department say to it anet at sambak on Thursday to the corporate management KR 83 86 at least the law for current out. Mercy, Madam Chair, Great Slave. At that department seat and I seek a galanarelo. At that a minister see ADM regional operational bellat lat udak a galatata galta. Mercy. Minister Environment Climate Change and Mercy, Madam Chair. Hat to such a deputy minister it's an health case there. And Mercy, Mr. Chair. At the department yet at Ogalita as a regional office kaya Galataw land, water, ku kitchantiu a halagalita. Hat at the ADM a hat Uragalana regional office. Member from Great Slave, Mercy. Deputy Minister Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair. Kuate to ADM a season halagala nine letter fire forestry forest fire halagala now kitch until ku hat at ADM Member Great Slave. Hat tuit department hano ni sat elo tuit boards se tuit etuan liase. Boards that is Minister Environment Climate Change. Hat tuit Director of Finances and Hockey ha. And that tuit at least in clean at Saliad and it tuit a contribution agreement a yin clean at MRC. Member Graceslave? Ay could do it at don't saucy but or the lada to the finance kaya. Ay did not know how need that. That's not her. Minister Environment Climate Change. What is it ill strength and seeing at MRC? Member Graceslave? Kuya with $34,000 a year. Yeah. Minister Environment Climate Change. Did UNW a hot sampa halada abet ate. Oh da a height in the first car. Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Hot after environmental audit with Anet at Sambal on 2025 City Sambal Carlo. Hot at Umbek Egalata Huni there Nilo. Hot at Usanut Island Sea. Hot at page 79 document page 79 I said. Hat a business plan kayara. Dut aya kia yunil yo. Could do department say. Dut ayuya kinil ya leni suited at o aradal yas and dotis at agara yung payel ya little to 2025 the audit in here. Hat at tot singa. Dut aya kinil ya ne tot singa da son setlo rapik egalatara. Hat at horny lat erila. Ayatong aradal yala. Hat at aya kinilya see hat a big egalatai ha. Minister Environment Climate Change. Hat at don't treat a sick egalai toddy, this is Nayason Sibik at the Galata High Canal to hat a little hot there and do I know it's a yacht on a kind of update no idea. You're there on a Kinilia and Lily Sipana cubic egalata hello. Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Good to that department, CEO. ECC, how you hustlers in the hot ole. Do that targets at an galata at ECC. Borani lat elole hat ole to a cabot or at the galata on Kusi. Implementation tell auto. A care to the government minato a kids see it in the Stanla. Hot at it all in that to a streamlining to Nisi. Hot at it a kinil yard a low a ordal yards and at the ordal yaku to a kinil yard but it's illa. Hot at it at all night I see it don't say no it's a do at no parts it's all the Haldia. Hat at on ordin law it at we are killing your say that KS Ibek Egalatao on. Hat at I thoughts and Baha on ia ki te nilio te isa yun sa soin thas paha ara lo hat ulit I jani tela na tlore ta not ene sa na tlen sara pa not ene na tuit a ara ga tuit a yun departments kaya kato na si. Mercy, Madam Chair. Minister, Environment and Climate Change. At tuit a nice kini. At tuit a recommendations nilio unless 2025 a audit ka. At tuit a member ayur de bring card natlina. But it's not sketoila. And mercy, Madam Chair. At tuit a department at asan hat a day ha. At an hasin lo. Kutuit aganal kisi tuit a streamlining anal kiu. Hat tuit ayu at least nedot allow regulatory that uit ilu hat kepail ni ha. Hat tuit a business plan kaya hada I hosinisen. And mercy, Madam Chair. Minister, Environment, Climate Change, Sun near you. Hat tuit a yakin te aishura. Son near a car halida. Page 84. Environment, Corporate Management, and it's Sampak on Thursday. 2025, 2026 main estimates gone. $14,530,000 a committee any the no. Mercy. Under environment management, corporate management. Page 91 to that's in Sampak on Thursday. And some Koyaris correct out. Yellowknife North. Mercy, Madam Chair. To the climate action plan, a climate change to the draft plan, yes, as nearest in. Had at a night action, see, but a lot of this is some public in Ilias Nilo. I was 78 at then some help, but in Ilialo. A 23. A Samparuti Lubaba. At that with the minister no now had the toilo.
Whether all of the funding to implement the climate change action plan is that located in one of these line items?
At that with Archan Sampa Hela, but Agalatas and Nilyasi. Hat only to at no action plan that Ogalata say at no pick Agalata some banont elo at least had at with a cabot or our nethis at Tethala the law. A year there some public in Ilgeha. Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So, I guess my next question is, there are clearly some items
Kutuinai.
that at least being contemplated in the action plan that
The action plan, yeah. A big at Sampa Helalo.
put items into our own action
Had and in a Cardinals action plan yet laha.
but not put aside the funding to actually action them? What's
Koi say to action plan hill soon to do Sampa back at Lalo but the Agalataha. Tlaha your dear kinit aunt era. Minister, Environment, Climate Change. And mercy, Madam Chair. Could with us see action plan in that Ogalata your kinilya Lenny say. Had added the government of Canada a consented sampan the garlet dead sampano all the had added the federal government but had added deputy ministers in the garden hell held ni haya. Deputy Minister Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had added the climate change action plan alin siya kilang lara to ta ayila tenete no halakatala now partners. The hiring log tental neo hat etrit au de la sita honeza and to no ni de lo kucha Canada hada at least ne that said to our government action ke ni ke kala na hada ayode no ne hat at least sil ayode tine but al chudo ayode tine at sampa recursi ayode kana sampa not all the other lo hat at our action ke kala tari tisi akinil yasi be ke kala tara hat ay but aha selat lo sampat recur sampa not all the lo hat uli at sampa nakia ay mercy Yellowknife North. Mercy, Madam Chair.
Does the minister have a total number or amount of money that we're proposing to spend?
I had added at some park the secret climate change action see planet at some puppets and got there you who's kind of Minister of Environment Climate Change. And Mercy, Madam Chair, 2.6 million a day. Yellowknife North. And Mercy Minister Yeha.
Continue our conversations. I wanted to turn to a few other questions I have on this assembly.
At the Minister Hano Netolo. To the waste management see. And at some public and India see. Sin La Jalo 23 in 2024 in the guide 4.8 billion and 3 million 4.1 million Jalo dot uyat in Sampatat era High Canal to Eha Madam Chair no Nalhinida Minister of Environment Climate Change Mercy Madam Chair had 405,000 see 24-25 remain estimates at a year. At some papaganart also. At the federal agreement, at the Dëne na kids, and at the Cotwell Yao. At Yellowknife North. And Mercy, Madam Chair. Had the night some who copy a loss in no yacht, no yacht, Tanilio to the federal government. Didn't yet, didn't get some money let out that era. Madam Chair, could you see to no get some Nilio no get 24-25 ha? Yellowknife North. I did the minister see. No, hat yet, do to your kid, Neth, happy la sipe, Illion Trilla, hat a hundred need expert state clean la. I see gold the call. Had that to the federal government limit some parts in some part 18 there. Had that to the like night at was sick a latani, but then you a year letting don't pick a latau control. Minister of Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. To Deputy Minister, it's our case there. Deputy Minister Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair. Go to the Canada Bahel Agreement in Sandalwood, March 31st, 2026. Had I don't tell me she gave up a lot of lot of snail kids some pa. Night at Sampak Eniliese. Hat edwit an night Kwan Nalio hat eater thaw coin Lara. Kui Panail Kailnan Testa, Panut Al. Kodre Kuano Dura. Kuni Gaik at Anet at 1.8 million in low. Hat at 285 at Chalu Tundra Gaiha. Let era. Mercy Minister Environment Climate Change. Hat at Director St. Arnold Health Center. Mercy Madam Chair. Transboundary area. In the Nake province at Nake province Kuzan Calder de Lo to that Lo Ase. Had at the contractors down now doing another Nakagai Kuga airport and a law. Had at it at some panel say Picagalata High Canal do. Member Great Slave. Yellowknife North. Mercy Madam Chair. Kuni like at $1.18 million Lachara a year. Minister of Climate Change. Mercy Madam Chair. At Edward I Director C. Director St. Arnold. I'm Mercy Madam Chair. Don't Johnson at least a God Layla. Hat Edward Assurance Carne a at least nail to Donna Nets in Hoskine. Mercy Madam Chair. Hat Edward Anatayers Car. Hat Edward Environmental Audit on Nail Kilo. Samparuti Louis Pachadia. To that water Ralia Nalneha. Had Edward NWT Auditor Nestania, said a Benasne. Had Edward Audit Godalia Ritilo. Had Edward the Environmental Audit Alienatly How. The independent reviews it, with us in Sampat El Gillian. Had Edward a monitoring program sit at $3.6 million on it. Had Edward a Deputy Minister C. Jenkins A. at Notagarne Hilalne. Mercy Madam Chair. Good to the status update at the 2025 audit ha. March balance another low. Ayot on it that is called not low. Nikai Hanodra there. Had atoned to a report Galatalo. Had Edward bar unknown edit October could get up on it anything.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I am curious about the status of the negotiations for the accepted waste sites. Could we get an update on those sites? Thank you.
Minister for Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pass to Deputy Minister Jenkins. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we're still in the negotiations on responsibility for the accepted waste sites, and these include Burwash, Christorum, Ptarmigan, Rodsum, Tin, and Tom mines. Most of these are, all of these are located outside of Yellowknife. So we are receiving some funding from Canada to refine previous assessments and cost estimates, and we are looking at we're required to do sort of remedial action plans, And so those discussions are still underway. We do hope that next fiscal we're able to advance this towards a point of where we have some more clarity on the outcomes of those discussions and can sort of move forward on addressing some of the issues at these sites. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you. And by next fiscal, do you mean 26, 27? Thank you.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're looking to, I'm hopeful that we'll have negotiations for these sites completed in the 25-26 fiscal year. Each site and the activities that are done will have to come out with specific timeframes, and we'll be looking at different things like obviously risk at the sites and whatnot, but hopefully we'll have negotiations on the accepted waste sites completed in the 25-26 fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I realize I might not be getting a straightforward answer to this next question, and that's all right, but I just thought I'd ask it anyway. Can the Minister please estimate what the total cost of remediation for these sites will be? Thank you.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this time, it would be difficult to speculate on what that number could be as the work is ongoing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will take that as substantive in a different way. I am curious, though. I know the department has worked in the past specifically on the Ptarmigan mine site to reduce dust. There's dust suppressant so that the contaminants don't blow around on the highway. Is that work still continuing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll pass to Deputy Minister, please. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We did do a dust suppression program back in the summer of 2023 to reduce the windblown tailings from the Ptarmigan mine site. This year we are looking at advancing some fencing work and some boulder placement to try to, we've had some issues with people accessing the site, and so we're looking at addressing some safety concerns this year. And we'll also sort of be looking at the need for and the timing, if it is needed, for an additional dust suppression program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, no, I note that that is top of mind when folks are headed out on the Ingram Trail, especially I think most people who have lived here in the Yellowknife area for a long time have recognized that we have a lot more windy days in the warmer weather, and no, just would really love to get an update on that from the Minister when it's available. So can the Minister commit to updating committee on that work? Thank you.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, happy to provide an update to the member when the work has been assigned. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, turning to water management and stewardship, I believe that number has gone down since the revised estimates. Can I clarify if that is due to collective bargaining or another cost pressure? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the decrease was due to a sunset on the CCPN program. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can we spell out the acronym? Thank you.
Member for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies. Climate change preparedness in the north. Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with all of the concern, I would say, in the last few years of Indigenous governments with the watershed coming in from Alberta. Can the minister elaborate if any further dollars are being expended with the Indigenous Stewardship Committee? I am sorry if I got that name wrong, but I think you'll know what I mean. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, there are no changes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How often does the committee meet? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have that level of detail with me right now, but happy to follow up with the member. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just one final higher level question on that. Where are we at with the outstanding transboundary agreements that are not completed with external partners? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll pass to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a number of agreements were tied back to the Mackenzie River Basin Board. And the only one through that piece that we still need to establish is the agreement with Saskatchewan. And we've had some discussions with them on an intentions document and some draft appendices, and work is underway there. We are also interested and have had conversations with Nunavut about the negotiation of a transboundary agreement. I would say that they are preliminary discussions at best. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further.
Okay, next I have member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, two minds think alike here. I was going to ask a question on the NWT environmental audit, but the Deputy Minister beat me to that. I was simply going to ask how is the audit being utilized to leverage additional federal funding in preparation and adaptation in our NWT territory, but I'm satisfied with the answer given earlier by the Deputy Minister. I'm glad to see they're taking a proactive approach to using all the tools in the toolbox to leverage federal funding. I will save my next question for the appropriate activity. Masi.
Minister for Environment, Climate Change, do you want to comment or?
No comment at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. My next I'll go to Mackenzie Delta. Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was, it's in terms of water management and stewardship. It's very important for the Indigenous residents of the Northwest Territories to manage water and look after the water. So can you give me some details on where most of these stewardships are taking place? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll pass to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So definitely a number of activities in this space right across the territory. There's monitoring of transboundary water bodies. We do that on the Peel River, the Slave River, the Hay River, the Liard, a number of locations right across the territory. We've also got a community-based monitoring program working with communities to monitor a number of sites across the territory. And we've established, as I mentioned in the previous response, a number of transboundary water agreements, and there's monitoring requirements with it. We could follow up with the member with a, if his interest is in monitoring locations, we could definitely provide a list of monitoring sites that we undertake across the territory. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Chair, yep, that would be sufficient. I need, if there's any water management and stewardships programs taking place within in the Mackenzie Delta riding area would be good. Any other area where it'll have an impact on the communities would be good knowledge to have. My next question is around climate change community adaptation. Is what kind of projects are entailed in this program here? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that's included in the risk and opportunities assessment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Mackenzie Delta.
Yeah, that's all I have for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Next, I have member for Nuvik Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues have done a fine job in asking most of the questions in this section, but I do have just a couple of high level. Just on the funding in itself, and I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the Minister stated that in the climate change cumulative impacts and knowledge, the 8.3 million, 2.6 million of that is for the climate action plan. I guess my first question, and again, how much of that is federally funded and how much of that comes out of our coffers, Madam Chair?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the entire 2.6 is GNWT funded. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Nuvik Bootleg.
Thank you. And the total 8.3 climate change cumulative impacts and knowledge, is that also then the entire budget is GNWT funding?
Member for Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, Madam Chair, there's cumulative impacts monitoring money in there for 3.65 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Nuvik Bootleg.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that answer. And on the, you look at contract services, Madam Chair, 3.562 million in there. Not sure what level of detail the department has here with them today, but I'm just curious as to how much of those contracted services are done in the NWT versus consulting firms or firms outside the NWT. Thank you.
Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I don't have that level of detail with me here today. I'm happy to follow up and provide that with the member, but all of the spending does follow the business incentive plan policy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Nuvik Bootleg.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I know the department does follow the business incentive policy. However, the business has to be here and be able to do this kind of work in order for them to qualify for that. And if we don't have that expertise in our territory, obviously, are we going outside to get it? And if we are, how much of that money we're spending outside. So I appreciate the Minister's response and look forward to getting that update at a later date.
Good uppers, Carla. Minister of Environment, Climate Change, Saniri El. In la. Mercy, Madam Chair. Member Mafui. Mercy. Could with a transboundary water coup. Hot out with the Minister Bruce Curtis and Planet active the territorial provincial Mercy, Madam Chair. Alberta, British Columbia, Yukon, Doon Limashik, Eopic, Egalaita, Saskatchewan Hill. Mercy, Doon Behel na Kira. Member Muffwit. Nothing. Mercy Haniha. Hot after a water management to stewardship to Ganail Kilo, Nunit Banail Kira. Hot after no need will say. Your seat, it's a night, Nanal Sinlo. Hot after that's a Kai has rent a house has a honey law corner to it a federal government somebody law. Minister of Environment Climate Change. Madam Chair. Had after that has a coil panaconde had somebody the federal government law. Could to the sequel that it to the honey deal say no nanga. Then a chanson, you need to know it, then a sick. You're not a kilo. At the answer the Harati say, I don't doubt that how you're not a kilo, say. How you want to say at one ha hate lo trade at no at one no there hate you know the corner guy cook at this nilo. Tan long egg or answer tan west near there. Hey, have enough to the minister to that no who needs to say. Could that that program made then it's at DC. The adaptation plans nilo ay something la. Could the program mayor but art what that era that Mercy, Madam Chair. Hot after our director, it's an hot Kessler. Director St. Arnold. Could you update up? Hot after hot to cool panaconde and cool panaconde to that one at some panilia a base and a galatara. Cool John to that cool hot deal. Cool hot deal. Kuhatia snile se 23, 24 se and at some palasi at one chalelo. Ayerts a unade guides and ha. Hat added a minister prescaris eh. Kuahans internet anni helagalata to that kuzunk ado to that kuhatiu to government to national hard alcohol. Altetan leon at the necessity to help on our kill. Kununit at the national slintightly cities ak ek are not the honest han was near the law. To Benin on a con, but they could and they can't hate ek are. Quiz no, and then at the edge of a night there upon the company there. Had a minister say, brisk car. Had earth and then near the net near hell to a sea hot deal. Then Darrell Carroll, Mercy. Minister of Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Keep it or order. Had that with a Henry like at not this Bichanik is a Bichania that way to no Hilagala not in his order. Member Muffway. Could another Gillian 2023, the 2024, couldn't another at Ugrin consequent Nil Gillian law. Could 23, 24, could I get with a couldn't control law. A minister see had they loaded out wildfires kundak on corner papas a kaiser any law. Had adrenaline a wahan la night they say. to the higher la nuts at this it and a chill set in a high leha you hat or a but it do you had a Minister Environment Climate Change. Do it adaptation at Dalyasi Ninja do it. I yon hiring like a sampa halada but it ha. Do that Ukuno a helagalata se. Member Mafwe. Mercy. Could a height ancient press card do ha. Mercy. Satu. Mercy, Madam Chair. The business plan is ill. To the Department Infrastructure Housing Letter. To the Utsampa het elo. Had that with us in a desert quiz. It's gonna tell days it's hot. Lapant on the Nezons Nestanada. Had that with a business plan you on there. Quiz could the Quanitel there Satwa with somebody see hello. Minister for Environment Climate Change. Hada sinyada to it ayun tan halisin ha. To it asina this quick is connected the as quick is connected sin the gatala na how to it a fire program kaya tesen sanan kaya ayun pahela galatalo ni kai ke ayun tiuna san chance this kunul is in let up no hela galana ha. Hada to it a report al yedelo at all atase. Mercy, Madam Chair. Hat atu da kenezon galotani tanada. Hat asini sinto da minister say to that ogala na say don't ris sekui helagala na hasina sekui nertliza. So sound car helida. Page 88. Environment and climate change, environmental management, monitoring climate change. And it's $23,368,000 on. Had the policy strategic plan. I sound calling RS current on a new bootleg. Mercies. Had that don't John RS Curris into the Sears Carse. Had that do a transfer of lands a the Nas Curious Iwa and Nuvik Aya. Kuyi has seen low to the land that only Helagalata Hasiu. Sampat in Ildias Nilo to land claim Gaya. Had at it at departments in a patlat or a horror nila ladred at an assumption her tightly say. Did a region tanchil had it a quanta health see how but it had to the horror nila illa a ministry on Satira. Minister of Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Did that department say public lands cannot kill applications so that department said to it on it on Nina's on Gordon Latubek a quan what I say ha had ape then the helagalate to it a capital on the citate Silia had at no Deputy Minister Atonia Ki or aha Deputy Minister Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair. Capital order to Bonnet case. Had etu da hain lak ase behel na kiu tin tatani then si akini lal yao. Kua kans entut asik egalaitar huri insi haitia alo hain kanes kagar kua kans en kwa seriously in the hal yo transfer lands al yele the hal yo. Had out the bylaw to the hiring the community plan to dental caru to the capital on the sita take a galatari deal to housing and WTA but the Q and that to a six on a galatare. And never good like mercy Bernie let in there to the hiring Latin childa loss it. Had after the indigenous government sitting in it and some all the other loose consequences and hiring Latin chilo tan charge is in to be set the law. Had that with a streamline all the had that with a nine had that with a border and the law you had it the unil in onto that up a helagalata hase. Had to it a block land transfer all the island here had just on it with that. Municipalities kaya katala nasi nesunlat el ahat tuit at uhunetin tensia som penkanal ki tuit at isat edo tuit at surveys o ya unit hat ela na cha se alo hat tuit ayo asapat it port at a transfer al ye had tuit need municipalities and had you held the other to that own who's other catalan to a see how to the cat one hello. At a sick a galatara the cat orange killed then lo answer the cubic a galatara. Minister Environment Climate Change, Mercy Madam Chair. A tweet Orange Car say a last topic a galatara lo to hiring like a other than held your kill. I didn't about or always see that they lost in no tilo. Honey la la do.
with the communities, and I think as you look at a lot of the smaller communities have a much larger challenge to move forward in this area than some of the larger ones. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nubik Woodlake.
Yeah, and you know, even the larger ones, and the challenge obviously in the larger ones may not be as much the cost. Again, if we could do this as a, if you look at doing it as a bulk transfer rather than look at having to take specific portions and survey it out or section it out, I mean, again, you can easily identify what is in the municipal boundaries and can be done as one massive survey. And I think if the department would at least commit to looking at that option and maybe providing some assistance to the municipalities to kind of help them along to get that done, it would go a long way. I know, you know, my community of Inuvik, certainly I understand there is correspondence coming through to the minister from the municipality of Inuvik to suggest just that, to say, look, it's time with, you know, communities have opportunities that may be federal opportunities in their different. For example, I'll use the Inuvik Satellite Station facility where, you know, that land had to be transferred from the commissioner's land to the community, so then they can therefore enter into a deal with the federal government to put that station there. So, you know, it took a while. Unfortunately for us, it still it didn't cancel the project, and he still got to do it. But things like that are happening, and some often happen fairly quickly. And to be able to move on that land as quickly as possible. Obviously, if you own it, it's much easier to do that. So I appreciate the department is live to it, and I would hope that they're going to be not just I'd like to be proactive and not just kind of, yes, I know municipalities have to bring forward the request, but to work closer with the association of communities and with the municipalities and hamlets themselves to get this bulk land transferred. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the comment. I think that sort of goes back to my previous comment about us speaking with communities about their needs and sort of what their priorities are, and part of that goes back to the consultation process that we would go through with the local Indigenous governments. The land use component of that land within municipalities still needs to be identified, so that's part of the overall conversation that we've been having as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Inuvik-Bootleg.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate it's different in every region. I appreciate some areas have settled land claims, some don't. Allocations have been made in some areas, in some areas they haven't. So I know there are other complications, but certainly happy to hear that they're working towards it. And again, for the larger municipalities, to me, it seems it should be a much easier process to at least get that portion done and focus then on the smaller ones as well. But no question there, Madam Chair. No further comments in this section. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I will go to the member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to put a little bit of a spotlight on the line item for conservation planning and sustainable livelihoods, but specifically sustainable livelihoods. In the department's business plan, there is quite a lot of focus and a lot of measures around how we are managing the success of our community harvesting, cakehead trapping, all of these really fantastic programs that are aimed, and according to the department's business plan, to address the effects of trauma, but also to help bolster people's connection to the land and getting out on the land. Can the minister please explain then, if there are so many ways to measure the effectiveness of these programs, why the dollar amount for this line item has gone down? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll pass to Director St. Arnaud. Thank you.
Director St. Arnaud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The decrease is solely because of the conservation planning and the federal agreements that we have for some of those areas that have sunset in 25-26. They are currently being renegotiated, so again, you'll see that in the next main estimates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that's good to hear. We're not taking money or dollars away from those really crucial programs and the good work that they do. I know they're very popular in all of our regions, and it's good to see them continue and to be so carefully evaluated for their success. It's a really good success story for the department. My next question on this section is specifically around legislative initiatives. There is a decrease in budget as well for the policy, legislation, evaluation, and communications line item. So considering the fact that ECC is the GNWT's largest user of the IGC Legislative Development Protocol, how can the minister explain this? Thank you.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pass to Director St. Arnaud, please.
Director St. Arnaud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That decrease is due to a decrease that we did for travel in the policy unit, which won't impact the legislative initiatives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say generally that, the folks in this division do a lot of great work, as I'm sure the department knows, I know. But it's a lot of heavy lifting. It's a lot of really important work, and I would just suggest that if we are wanting to do expedient and good work on this, on legislative initiatives, it might be worthwhile setting up something similar to the way that ITI approached the MRA. It's more of a comment than a question, but just if the minister would like to respond. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, I think we take a very collaborative approach on all of the work that we do. And I take the member's point on the small reduction. It was part of the overall attempt to make a department-wide approach at some of the fiscal sustainability measures that we were looking at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nothing further.
Next, I have member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the appropriate activity to ask this question on the bilateral nature fund agreement with the federal government. Given the expiry of this current agreement, if so, will it be sufficient to cover the GNWT's commitments? How does the ECC anticipate funding future protected areas? I guess there's kind of like two combined, two combined questions there, Madam Chair. Number one, is there going to be, or efforts being made to renew the bilateral nature fund agreement? Then if so, are we going to have sufficient funds there to pursue protected areas? Masi.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we just recently signed a new bilateral nature agreement for $7 million with the federal government a week and a bit ago, and we also have been given approval to carry over the unspent balance from this fiscal year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And how much is the unspent balance? Thank you.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we won't have that figure until the fiscal year end. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm encouraged, and we, the GNWT, depend on our federal counterparts, as you know, for many sources of funds for various initiatives. Is there other opportunities that the department is pursuing within the business plan for this fiscal year to access further federal funding? Take climate adaptation, for example. We are the victims of climate change, no doubt, and it's been said by the minister a number of times that our global environment is warming 4% faster. So to address that, there should be ongoing discussions, and with climate change adaptation, I'm just wondering if the department is actively involved in federal negotiations for various pots of money. Thank you.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, I think this is a very good question, and currently we are signatories to 40 federal funding agreements in a variety of areas across the department, and certainly it's top of mind from the department to explore every opportunity with the federal government to access any potential funding pots available. And I'd also just like to add that they've done a really good job of working with the federal government to try and reduce the amount of contribution or forms of contribution that the GNWT has to make to these agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for the Satu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank this department for taking an aggressive role in accessing maximum opportunities of federal access for funds here. And it's very encouraging to see and hear. Particularly in coming from my area, you know, I can really sincerely relate to the aggression taken by this department. You know, I can come around and say, well, I got no water, no road, and it's costly to fly. So I'm glad to see this department pursuing 40 agreements. That's complimentary. Must
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll pass to Director St. Arnaud, and she can provide some detail on some of the agreements. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director St. Arnaud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to show the member page 78 as part of the business plan. That's where we list all the cost-shared agreements with Canada. And you'll note in the 25-26 main estimates column, some of them look blank, but we've actually negotiated those agreements for future years just after the cutoff for the main estimate. So for example, 2 billion trees we've renegotiated. We've renegotiated the bilateral nature agreement. And we've negotiated funding for bison, the Surface Rights Board. So there's a bunch that we've negotiated after the main estimates were prepared as well. So you'll see that in the revised next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for the Satu.
Nothing further, Madam Chair.
I have member for Mafui.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Fair Price Program and CHAP, and then Take a Child Trapping, those are all good programs. I know that they are all good programs and they are being well used by many of the community members and school because we use those for food, and it's a good learning experience for the young people. They learn, in the whole process, they learn to have respect for their land, for the environment. And it's good in many ways, you know, like because there is a lot of respect. We're trying to get our young people. We know that because of the Greenpeace, our people used to rely on trapping. You know, fall, spring, and it sustains us. And it still is too for clothing now. So in here, there's that Fair Price Program and all these other programs, CHAP, and Take a Child Trapping. How is the funding allocated?
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll pass that to Director St. Arnaud.
Director St. Arnaud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's two pieces here relating to that program. You'll see under grants on page 94, the Fur Price Program, and that money is for trappers who come in and give their fur. We give them in advance, and in some cases we'll give them bonuses or other payments throughout the year. Then there's the Sustainable Livelihoods line under contributions, and that's where you're talking about things like CHAP, Traditional Economy, On the Land Collaborative, and Take a Family on the Land and Take a Kid Trapping. The budget is split out at $1.68 million for Community Harvesters Assistance Program, $650K for Traditional Economy, which is harvester mentorship, traditional knowledge, country foods. That all falls under there. The On the Land Collaborative has $150,000. Take a Family on the Land's budget is $150,000, and Take a Kid Trapping's budget is $225,000.
Member Mafui. Mercy. Mercy Yohaniha. Nezon. Hat Edred and Classy Conservation Plan. The capital on that Enopa. Hat enot intena gode si dwyd asi hak al asik enes au ha hanel kan hanezo. Hat dwyd gai ke hade dwyd tsampa halani nik ine gai chua llet elat ele. Dwyd nats il chulo. 645 in 215 million at jalo. Tlat era 300 et tsampa nats il chu. Minister, Environment, Climate Change. Hata dwyd answer carne. E hosi nesena. Hata dwyd dwyd Dhaddo at dwyd for pulse na nisi. Tek one jara. Ko dwyd night sampa llan la jase. Dwyd agreement al nisi. Hat sabayan nal ki garo besnil ki you had a budget nil yada you never ba. Mercy, Madam Chair. Member Mafui. Ako did a disaster compensation ha. Another day, Jabaya Hatilo. Did on a Sasat and Don Leon, a Sinai, but Bossy Bonhulia Joe Corner disaster da, as another natural disasters Nilo has a hill panacon, Kundak anacon, did a Sasat and Yatipe. Asa classe your hajara had dwyd minister press car se gaten tenatons and phone a lot dwyd kupen nen green constantly dwyd asa lot and donly se had dwyd Kunuk Bakwan Highway 3 Quantank on the year. A year giant and a year regent the hot elo. Had added quantin quanok on the sequan a hundred lot as a. Had added Minister Hale Sandra on compensation tar Kurt is Nilyase. Go you report a hat a halni dennis on the luno hello nida. Good at least a nature seal a constant some puppets and I knew that I compensate all y'all. Don't you think that? Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Kuya Halya Hatori La Tweet Hadni Harin Kearney. Hat at compensation no, but Nani Hatley Nine Non Tennessee privacy girl and Hayuntan and Nalgirl and La. Member Mafui. About Ricardo Environment Policies strategic planning $13,294,000 a committee and in the no. Had that don't silzas and grill aha. Trita a cockit and a papa. There's 2 washrooms, you know. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just let me get my computer logged in here. Just coming off the break. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask a few questions that I think has come up a number of times about full-time transfers. So I just really wanted to first ask, what is getting in the way of transferring land?
Kuja City of Yellowknife to transferring lands on under the law, but por nilat ela. Mercy, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, don't thoughts about not kid. Did the City of Yellowknife Hill? A thought are that also about to City Hill. Had address at u do the block land transfer gone. Had address at unitensi haitilo. Had address Deputy Minister Sita Garna Hello Naiha. Deputy Minister Jenkins, Mercy, Madam Chair. Had address at the zone 9 kines no ya kines no inil ya nasanate. Had address at Anagalaita Hase. Had address City KRC. Did a free land transfer saw. Had that in a behel nail key how. Had that the city manager Bill Nail Q. Had ayu a topic a gatalaita had a loaded apartment. Had that with a galaita hase a saw. Had that it. Had that in it another la cigar a notes and had to erect on a panel kill mercy. Member from Lake? Mercy, Madam Chair. CDC Nisi, this also did that Deputy Minister at the Banaki at Nisi. Had that a thing that became a lot of Lati at as a near. Had as his apaya see had neither. Had added a land transfer, say some became a lot I ha. Had kept it or out at the department bar. Had added a minister Hanos near to low. The is the cigar, the land title act, yeah. At the ministry Bonson Hanoi near Hatulo to the Akon. At Dualia Conda had at Dualia gone to the land transfer council, yeah. Had that with the minister, but on Helgatawa na City Hill, the 19th as well. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Horinili Leont Air. Had that with a banal key. To it at U.S. Isnet Papa Haseo, had Lagaro. To it a hundred Latana Chilse. A hundred Latana Chacho. A Panail. The land development plans or not kilo. The bylaws or had a yumpa health law on Oyaki. To the act AR. Could it on a sit only on sit to act a had that at Deputy Minister it's an healthcare station. Deputy Minister Jenkins, Mercy, Madam Chair. Kui to hiring log a up a hill got the light daughter to our land transfers gone. Could you see on Nile kilo to at least a law land transfer hill bail ya key tampering law and order. To the Development Act go ayun that unigala tau set the yung panakia. To it opposite in to that week ilni how papasano ayun to section 35 yet. Helalot is choya. Had to a hiring log a up a helgalita say to it a nigga. Could you can't abic a say how housing sunk other. That I thought and paha legislation that I night Donald yet the holy had a low. Had a panel had at the hiring law say papa say another day. Had a bit another Member Frame Lake. Mercy seniors in the department. Had a so a kuna son tak ane abek and a big of naya Johnson Neditella. That's really that about understand that with Anaya CC. A set a lot of thing to the Public Lands Act, ya kick out the Ildia Island. That at a you see to the act naturally how that hat ele atten son la gai halli ha Island in let lo hat only hat ele loto. Hat and department Hanoi needed to lot onsen in council. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. At that department, see, you not public. Huh. Don't so thoughts there. At it not and ya kinint on low horny lat elenates nakesita. At only to resolution kagalata to that ubesnail kiha. Hat atun Deputy Minister Jenkins atun yakia aha. Deputy Minister Jenkins, Mercy, atun lapik egal the Public Land Act at least side siganaitere the technical working group didn't take egal nalo. Had that the indigenous governments down low. That online land administrators down low. Hat urapik egalite daughter yung asa. Had at a sea song that burning lancy a QIO. Had a Cecilia Ritza a little guy belante. Eight on it to it up egalata had. Member Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had a to it at Deputy Minister Hat Dilo. Hat that don't try on a hate a hard net hatty. Free Minister Environment. Madam Chair, Haliada. A honey that the night area in the 25-26 Kugada. Hat only to it and not a partner, so I want to get like the Hadelo. Hat a night and it tennis and mercy. Frame Lake, Mercy, Madam Chair. Hat and Benner State to it our GNWT, said Illa, you get easy. No, guess it, they are cat, a curt out in the hat ino. Hatulina, that's a telling her to that 100 seats and her. Had that to get our banaki banaki to sell yella on Saint Sapon on that air. Had that on sell you on the Senada. Consent Odzing Ede Odzing Yakiu Agreement of Cesio New Anlo. Ayorde Tenayu Penik Isunt Era. Hat el Deseti Sayunt Arin Curse Unit Alierilla. Hat attitude at Department C Marcellus Series and don't take like a and not any say.
Climate change.
Minister Environment Climate Change, but the night carrying in year. Out of mercy, Nizon. Satu. Mercy, Madam Chair, see. Algaris Karasi during our compensation benefits. 23-24 Gaiha. 11374. See to it Aris Karsi to that benefits it. A some public etahio. Their budget, yeah. To it anite some go in Ilialo the UN agreement kaya. Not that with the inspectors, the officers, so you bet Azen all of Minister of Environment Climate Change, Mercy, Madam Chair, $900,000 linked on the collective bargaining ha. Satu. Had Ebrin Carhele Deuda. Had Adrida page 98. Environment Climate Change Regulatory Assessment and Authorization Operations ha. 2025-2026 main estimate $15,131. Yellowknife North. Hatuli to the Morris Curris. Had at Land Management Administration. Planet Tenagalat. Get it, yeah, you are. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair, 33 you are. Yellowknife North. Mercy, Madam Chair. At the public lands in Calteha. A municipal boundaries you con ba ano con. Settlement lands so called. Do it at Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé or do it at Nisanil Kisiatna. Minister of Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Do it Deputy Minister it's in Healthcare. Deputy Minister Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair. Do it Territorial Commissioners Land Agency. Yellowknife North. Hot Eda. Territorial Commissioners Land. A just mercy. At that jump also citizen. Don't start call units call. Could do that GNWT Behalagal not the environmental assessment gone. To Minister Hati Hatulo. To the GNWT ECC didn't they beheld now through the environmental assessment held to the angel GNWT like egal nasi. To the Mackenzie Valley Highway call Kuluatu call to ECC but a staff say didn't they beheld environmental assessment Helagalano, to the GNWT, to the Signic Nada. Minister of Environment Climate Change, Madam Chair, notes is staff city Helagalano. Had that to your kid la all, you be a key gargalanalo. Had that to Mr. Jenkins here to your key gar aha. Deputy Minister Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had that to the Mackenzie Highway C. No GNWT Belada. Had that to the Conwat LRC. To the government approach in Lalok, is it? Had that to the Bayana through to the environmental assessment at Ogatala now. ECC clearly. ECE2 health departments unit and a nes ingaroit at elasi high tilo the akinin letter. Had at it a department city per carhatulo pagalatare. And the mercy, Madam Chair. Yellowknife North. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had a yeha. Had a chipanertiha. Akuya the public ayunt and an all hot there to the ayunt is an abonont era. Cool goodness internal what hydrologist ulielo a hot it a cool all nasil at the behelo. Had a kept it or any than that. Tuyệt a khăn sẽ hôn đi la nên dân đã tuyệt a khu loa lên sẽ khu rau con. Kui sẽ tuyệt a expert la sẽ tên khár tên sẽ na ya kita siêu khoai yon tên nala con tlat era. Ai tlat urai cái lại na hay nên là tuyệt sĩ cái lại ta. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Deputy Minister Jenkins, it's a North case clear. Deputy Minister Jenkins. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had adnet in the tweet Allah the Hathel a alint on that to the public hearing there. Had that to log a galata I'll cut out a bird and thought to make a galata a yacht is a unit in Garrett. Eight on it to it upon not kill. Yes, in a key hello. Could set the department hell last night at the infrastructure hell. Cut as it as Ubeners knee how to that department say I hate Dilo to a board seat in Rabat Azia on cut at the public hearing no there that to it uncle experts only say it upper cell carrier death you didn't attend and health key had a cool concept personal card I con in low con personal car halwat or at the Haiti had a lot of experts on it and see out Uber car citizens and health care. Cool concentrate that was see how still that I'll cut out the soon let the hot deal. Had I cut in about not kill to the public process no there. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had I do it as silk, let ilde, but egalatalo. Who do experts who do different departments do a log egalata. Had I do the internal dispute resolution a low kada the informal AO contract ural yeha. Mercy, Madam Chair. Don't the Deputy Minister. It's an all case there. Mercy, Madam Chair. Hot at the departmental. At the agreement, yeah. Yeah, agreement he'll see the Nezonlat elede agreement a said in the Hatoli Nezonlat elec on agreement a cello a disputed deal. Had added a Mackenzie Valley Highway Helagalata Sikulunet. Had added a border Helagala Nordalo. Had added a department cert on Behelnaldro ayun. Did a real car seal a units and Hatal Keta Garnets and Orange Cardets and Ice Kill. Yellowknife North. Mercy, Madam Chair. It's an behind a Hassan Hato. Not this day, the member statement question. You're the kind of North Carolina. Mercy. Had I don't see Range Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Had I did a witness gotten Bristol Carlo the municipal land transfers gone. Had I did law out a honey law lot air. Did a land transfer John City Gaya. Mercy, Madam Chair. Minister of Environment, Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair.
Certainly been attempting to look into greatly is that there is a requirement for consultation with the Indigenous governments on land transfer within the municipality, and to approach a bulk land transfer from the perspective of there's not a clear definition of what the intent is for all of the parcels that may be part of that proposed land transfer is one of the certainly challenging aspects of that approach. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Range Lake.
Thank you. So I guess the intention, I'm somewhat perplexed because I guess the intention of the policy, what's being called for, and I think that my colleague, the member for Inuvik Bootleg, yes, was mentioning that, you know, you transfer to the municipality and then they decide what happens to it. And that's my intention, or that's where my head goes to, because you want to give the municipalities or local authorities the flexibility to develop at their own pace and to make use of opportunities, whether that's selling land and making a profit off of it, whether it's developing land for affordable housing, whatever. So the rights issue, of course, that's always going to be something that the Crown has to consider in this country, and I don't take issue with that. I would note, though, that the Dëne in particular and have been consulted on this in the past, and I think have been supportive through things like bodies like the NWTAC. I think the Métis have also been have also had discussions around this as well with Yellowknife City administration and council. So, just to the other point, why do we care as a government what municipalities do with their land in a request like this, when what we're trying to do is give them the flexibility to make use of land within municipal boundaries? And that's important. It's not land out in the middle of nowhere. It's lands within their own municipal boundaries. Thank you.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so a couple of points. Certainly one, I think, is that you know, there is a Section 35 component to this process that needs to be recognized, and there's a couple of other challenges as well, in that under the Act there's requirements for surveys is part of one of the challenges, and that's part of the conversation that we've been having with the City of Yellowknife, and trying to scale back to something that's certainly more manageable from the financial and capacity perspective of surveys. There's also zoning bylaws that come into place, so part of that process of a bulk land transfer would need to ensure that all of the zoning requirements have been met. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Range Lake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can the minister waive those survey requirements within current legislation? And because I can ask more than one question, I'll say, and if not, can the minister recommend a solution to this problem? Because I understand there are technical issues with this transfer, but rather than focus on the challenges, I think there's real ways to focus on the opportunities. We know that the survey requirements are one of them, and there's a financial cost. We could, for example, develop legislation that would transfer the administration of the land, the way that the GWT currently administers it, over to the city that they could later rezone. So there's solutions to these problems. Is the minister able to provide any of the solutions here and commit to some of them? Because I'd like to see this process move forward. It's been, I mean, I was an MLA before when we were discussing this, and not much has changed since then. Thank you.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. A couple of parts to my answer. I think, you know, right now we've had some, in the last few weeks, couple of months, I guess even, we've had some very productive conversations with the city of Yellowknife on, as I said earlier, you know, a bit of a scaled back approach, and the survey requirement does not fall under the legislation that I am responsible for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Range Lake.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I mean, hopefully when we're discussing with our municipal partners, whether it's the City of Yellowknife, First Nation, or any or Indigenous beneficiary group or whatever, a local authority, that we are involving more than just one minister, one department. And I know that's the case. It's just, it would be nice if we saw a clear path forward. And I mean, nice is an easy way to put it. I think it's required at this point. Like, the urgency here for housing, for example, has been well stated in this assembly. The urgency to shore up our economy at a time when we are in very much an existential crisis as a nation we need to move quickly on this stuff. We can't afford another 10 years. I know the city is the only one taking the government up on this currently, but it would be nice if we, again, maybe nice isn't the right word. The right thing to do, I think, at this point is to really come to terms with this, find a pathway for it, and then do it for everyone, right? Rather than just do it on an application basis. Because what we need to do is open up markets in the Northwest Territories for this kind of development. I disagree with the kind of characterization that we've got market and non-market based communities. That's the current regime, but I think they could change if we had the right incentives in place. And the first incentive to building and local development is land. Land access is crucial for the economy, Madam Chair. And we just don't have enough of it in the Northwest Territories. And in this case, this is not an example of an outstanding land claim holding up development or holding up the opportunities that are inherent to that. This is something, most of this land that's not already under claim, because those things aren't even under discussion right now. This is public land owned by the GNWT that's held within municipal boundaries. That's the only thing we're talking about here. And it just seems like every time we have this discussion, there are a million reasons why we can't, and no one's trying to engage in how we can. So I'll continue to advocate for this, but I think we need to change our mindset and figure out how to knock down those barriers and have that can-do mindset so we can get this done. We can't wait any longer. We really, really can't, because the more the clock ticks, the farther we fall behind. And I don't know if the minister wants to comment on that, but the other question I'd have is the exact same issue, which is the North Slave recreational leasing plan that has kind of gone ahead, pulled back. They've carved out piecemeal areas within the North Slave for some people, and based on agreements that were never formalized, but they did that anyway. And then there's other people who are still waiting for leases because of various reasons, largely identified with Section 35 consultations. But regardless, if we had a policy framework for recreational land leasing in the North Slave from the GNWT that was clear, provided a pathway to those leases, we could give a lot of certainty to people who are looking for those opportunities. And whether or not there's a claim that slows things down or that denies a lease, at least there's a framework going forward and clear expectations around what those frameworks are. So I guess those are my overarching comments on this. I welcome any feedback, but we can't keep waiting. We can't keep doing the same thing and expecting we're going to get farther ahead. Thank you.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think certainly agree that, urgency is important here, and I think we've been demonstrating that. Currently, we're prioritizing the applications toward supporting the housing needs across the NWT as one aspect of urgency, and currently our work with the City of Yellowknife is for them to identify their priority areas so that we can work with them to advance those priorities. If we want to sit back and focus solely on changing the legislation, that's a longer process, and we're really focused on the today. We need, to support the communities and their opportunities to increase the housing stock across the NWT. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Rangeley.
Thank you to the Minister for these last 10 seconds. Can I get a commitment, a time frame for when at least the Minister will report back to, let's say, the members of the Yellowknife members or the House or whatever forum he chooses on when they expect to have concluded the transfer of lands to the City of Yellowknife? Thank you.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as I indicated earlier, those conversations with the city are ongoing, and happy to answer questions on the floor or provide an update to the member as progress is made. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, no further questions. Please turn to page 98, Environment and Climate Change Regulatory Assessment and Authorizations, Operations Expenditures Summary, 2025-2026 main estimates, $15,131,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. Moving on to Wildlife and Forest Management, beginning on page 101 with information items on page 105. Are there any questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the Minister please tell me, this is based off their business plan, which I believe on their plan is page 36 and the entire document page 76, the business plan update. There is a discussion around monitoring ungulate species. So can the Minister please let me know what ungulate species surveys are slated to occur for the fiscal year 25-26? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will pass to the Deputy Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Deputy Minister Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the use of the word ungulate. However, we will have to return with the listing of the monitoring programs for those animals next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also enjoy a good 10-cent word. This question might have to get returned as well, and that's totally fine. But can the Minister provide a committee with a list of the most recent surveys by caribou herd by year with estimated populations and ideally with a range map for each herd? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, happy to provide that information. I could give you a few of the key statistics from 2024. So the current statistics.
2024, it's in the Bathurst at Tennessee. Natehu Kaku 2021 at 6,240. Blue Nose East 2023 39,525. Blue Nose West 2021 18,440. Cape Bathurst 2024 9702. Tuck Peninsula 2024 2798. Had added a range plan a lot say. Had added to at a tenhalata say as no banaya key had a low. March 2024 coup a to Atlin Chong government behel 9 kill is Southern NWT sa 2 at had added a membership website you at least a lot had added on it at 10 who called or who call you put honey member from Great Slave could I see you a minister says you to I data sell at this in this one had happened or sneak at a little bit at 10 helagalata at 10 who call had a sit out us and said it at some part time but uncontrolled arrange planning AR. Nigga gets in 2023, 2024, I don't want a controlled at 10 party see. Had a don't try get to that the bus no arm. Good trade at 10 a year only see a hot 8 party with a cool helagalata patilo. At only a year senate and at a low. Had only to it na say to it at department but the business plan kaya. Had I to that catch until that also when now and at what a could do it at the department say to it at in yes so what in until so na in yes etayal in Tallinlo. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. The big egalatada. This is on the neck. The avian flus nilo to it is that topics in see a car the whole on snake 2022 gayo 2023 2024 it's it bayo haniter yellow 2022 kuha at it a hayo then a hats at the giant and a null to it at all. Yes, I are not an at a thing to that topics in la. It federal sampatlan in la low to a peconal kahaye. Mercy, Madam Chair. A mercy member, Great Slave. Mercy, Madam Chair. Hot editor, the minister has said near to low to the Health and Social Services tell now. To the public awareness campaigns and Hayuntana hella to a concert na a let Kachanti a yalin talim contest at Sananakaya. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Could do sit to the ECC sit to the government ITC Garat to the sea but Egalata has sealed to the giant Santilo Hayuns and Big Book on the car. Had added on department Nick Egalana Hasi, the Egalana Haiti hello. Member Graceleaf. Mercy, Madam Chair. Hat edited administration ya tulo. Dut atlas ananet etesi. Dut kitchanti ayaranli si. Hat edited ECC officer you reported to on lo dut internet in your saint table on it. Hat ayun na letna papa kai suhulya outlet ayer da ayun tana nal hat at the alo. Aso onsto no corner. Hat atu avian flu you shilo that in your tea. Minister Environment Climate Change. Madam Chair. Hat atu da member strength karse. Hat atu hase und bekonel kaha. Hat atu another say giant can't allow you not and they had allow what America kaya. Had added a public service announcement so at the hill yeah on lo to it and got it can't con and yes sit a let find there can't use on con that they did a sit as a atalni sets at there had a holly new had added a what let's sit as a sit and hasni hello. Member good slave for that. O that is think this is a bonus. I don't remember from Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Could you have not? Forest management halagalata say I cannot ut sampai yagat untat elo. Ku 47 million in there 2024-25 it's it. The department not that added 51 the count just say. Had added a resort dip. The resources but up it's a deal to the kundak on ha. Minister Environment Climate Change, Mercy, Madam Chair. Got added at some public and Ilya added at some point in Nilina. At added at all years to the base. Sin canal to that was is at Iller at Ogalata said Sampa Hallow. Earth a bond sensitive Sampa Ilya and Lohanse. I can't say couldn't contact on corner who need law con there. Kuyi. You're there to a hansen, Sampataka unlat a jarab, Sampakona car on a year let's say. Had added a hustling compensation or benefit to Sanlat Ele. Had added a non staff, Sangatala no Gasanagala outlet, no Kundak anything there, and a Sampatlank outlet. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. Senisano. At added ni gai get to that sampa sank on there to the collective bargaining yellow. At added that kundak ano to and thaw kundak ano because the deal done it at the Natal and now a yet. Mercy, Madam Chair. Frame Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Do it as on Saris Karase. Drit as fire smart here that Sampatan in la port in lo. Drit at a fire smart at my own Hanel canoat at drit a budget yet on all yellow. Had as a case it's senior that you had at Sampanon sauce. Hat ulitit atlun saris karasi. Ay but to the fire smart doesn't sound nanik ay ato big egalata haport ino dayo yakiti behele lalo. Hat at to hari latane chilo. Ay your huli that internet a kaina teli had elo ay hanel kanat hiring latane chil not they say. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair. You say that upon nice kissing on to fire smart say. Okay, but or order. Had it since on an AI hiring Latana chill, Tala say it earth all. Nesonita not elo. Kuya hiring like AI said to the fire smart program, it's a chaos on a hot and conduct on it to $1 million named under the multi-million dollars high canal to department hat ut na helagala not allotted fire smart communities hell. Had that to ayung asile in the hiring like AI to it and the behel nother. Had that of community wildfire protection plan you shelo. Had that high canal to helagala to that two programs to the hell. Mercy, Madam Chair. Member Frame Lake. Hat to aso to that uba pasano ansi aso ne zona seno. Hat to let a hiring like a to it apapahuni la ni then sir that a fire smart dot eha. A to it a hiring la to it up its own journey then see a hat upapats a kaison sao. Hat no ni sita it's on nanaka ya say you and you hiring la say kesusan lo hat o and hat at hat with a yaki hon sao to at hire like a at and like a lot na. Minister Environment Climate Change. Mercy, Madam Chair, I do it as Carse. Could you sit with Allah Hali Seal along the child center and had that with our hat but on a gigantic on it and saying map and is guy that is at a lot a higher lot than a hill. Had that with a fire smarting snilo. Had that with that a program honey there seen as on that to it at some public and to the federal government somebody in lot of 2022 to higher laha. Had that some big egalatalo. Had added at department say that I know that they causing a higher like ayats and Latino than a hell not carelo. Had added it at but a community wildfire protection plan hell. Had added a higher la harati had allotted up at Kuncha Hapati Wayo. Do that but at our daily seats and ha. Had added department in a ballot allotted ECC to wildfire experts hell. Hat at known as Zola Helsina Sanata Hayayun Asa Yakatalata Science and Illa. Had a hiring like a sit in it up at Tagara on the loaded a fire smart nother there. Had that in it up and then Kralyan had at it up a Bakar in the sequent had at the government house Nilo. Had that to the government say you had to the Helagala Mercy, Madam Chair. Member from Lake. Mercy, Madam Chair. Oda Yankland Insurance Karatonha. Sounders Karalita to a member Yelnef North. Mercy, Madam Chair. Hot out with the ECC to after action reviews on IKC. To saw Yakini Island is here to that ECC Hill to that Utsampala to Human Resources Wildfire Management Hill. At that to the Cairns on the guard and the hell new to the pest control Sulielo there.
And any budget that's being allocated or human resource changes that would contribute to fulfilling what's being recommended here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question. So this work is in its very early stages. After the recommendations were received, the department did go back and look at this area, and as a result of those internal conversations, we've engaged MNP as a contractor to go away, take and provide us with some options on how to best move forward in this direction as was recommended in the after action review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, thanks to the Minister for that update. There's another recommendation around increasing ECC's internal capacity for staff who have competency with wildfire modeling. So I'm wondering whether there's anything in the budget here related to systems purchases or improvements to forecast and model wildlife behavior or training for staff for that matter. Can the Minister clarify whether that's on the agenda for this year? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, we have, there has been some, part of our normal annual operation certainly is training with our staff, and that's always an ongoing, evolving exercise. So when it comes to the expertise of the wildfire, oh, I lost the word now. Behavior modeling folks, there's always that ongoing training. Unfortunately, right now, we don't have the additional funding required within this budget to advance other components of the recommendations, so we will be coming back with a supplemental appropriation request in the future to address those shortfalls within our budget. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for letting us know. I do certainly think that, we need to urgently, follow those recommendations and do what is necessary to protect us from every upcoming wildfire season and not wait. So I do look forward to seeing those supplementary budget requests and hope that the department can work on this as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, certainly implementing, the 25 recommendations is certainly top of mind for me as a minister, and the department has really taken a proactive approach in prioritizing the recommendations that can be accomplished rather rapidly. It's quite an undertaking overall, so I think they've done a good job of implementing everything that could be very quickly implemented, and have taken a very proactive approach to implementing the remaining recommendations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, no further questions. Please turn to page 102. Environment and Climate Change Wildlife and Forest Management Operations Expenditure Summary 2026 main estimates, $67,491,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you. There are additional information items on page 106 to 114. Are there any questions? Yellowknife, member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about the Environment Fund. So that's on page 106. So the accumulated surplus for this fund seems to consistently be quite large. So, you know, from 9.5 million the year before last year 8.7 million, now we're back up to a $9.4 million surplus. Can the minister explain why we need such a large surplus, especially for a fund that, you know, it's bringing in about $7 million each year, but why are we sitting on a $9.5 million surplus? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, we are expecting some increases in the expenses here, and there are some additional programs that are going to be rolled out, but I'll pass to Director St. Arnaud to give a little bit more detail. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director St. Arnaud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, the expenses are projected to increase as more bottles get returned to the depot. We're actually rolling out 3 new programs, and the accumulated surplus is being used. If you look at the 24-25 main estimates and the projected 25-26, so we expect the surplus to go down into future years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister or his staff give any more details as to what are these big programs that are about to roll out that we should be looking for? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Minister Jenkins will provide some detail. Thank you.
Deputy Minister Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So looking at over the next 3 years, about $1.5 million up to 27-28 to implement the waste resource management strategy. So different actions under that, expansion of existing programs and the creation of several new waste reduction and diversion programs, piloting and expansion of the electronics recycling program, promoting existing programs, of course, looking at options to reduce and divert construction, renovation, and demolition waste, working with the Housing Corporation and Department of Infrastructure. We're also looking at making improvements to and investing in our depots and our processing centers. There's a number, we got lots of aging equipment there, balers, forklifts, computers, quality assurance, counting equipment, looking at increasing the funding to help counter rising operator costs due to inflation, and some new infrastructure and equipment to continue the expansion of our Drop and Go program. Looking at a number of outreach programs on our recycling programs as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Yellowknife North.
Okay, thank you to the minister and staff for those that description. That is actually really useful to know, and we can follow up to get more detail about those new waste reduction and recovery programs, which I think are exciting. Thank you.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you, members. Please turn now to the department summary found on page 75. With information items on page 76 to 82. Are there any questions? See no further questions. Committee, I will now call the departmental summary of environment and climate change operations expenditure total department 2025-2026 main estimates $133,814,000. Does the committee agree? Thank you, Minister, and thank you to witnesses for appearing before us. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. What is the wish of the committee? Member for Nunavik-Bootleg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I move the chair rise and report progress.
The motion is in order. The motion is non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
Thank you. Member from the Date Show.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table document 275-20 brackets 1. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Member from the Date Show. Can I have a seconder? Let's pick the guy from Hay River North. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Close vote. Motion's cast. Motion carried. Reports on Committee of the Whole, reports on Committee of the Whole. Third reading of bills, Mr. Clerk.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, written questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters, table document 275-20 bracket 1, report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 5th, 2025 at 1:30 p.m.